Hey everyone, and welcome back to another video. I'm continuing the series of Blockbench modeling and texturing, and today I'm going to walk you through the process that I take for texturing this S700 train. If you remember from the last video, there's actually a playlist for these videos, so in the last video of this playlist, I created the S700 model. If you're interested in that, go check it out. I know it's a really long video, but that's because I barely did any cutting. I just wanted to show the raw process of me working through this, and maybe you can skip around in the video if you like as well. Okay, so today we're going to work on the textures, and the first step, I think, will definitely be to generate a texture first. So right now, I guess if you display the UV is how each piece is mapped on the texture. They're all overlapping right now, so we'll need to create a texture. So I'm going to click Create Texture. I'm not really going to worry about the name right now. The pixel density, I like to use 4 times textures. So like each pixel on Blockbench would be 4 pixels in the texture. So I'll do 64 times. That's what that means. 16 times just means 1 to 1. Each unit in Blockbench will equal to 1 pixel. But I usually do 4 times. So we definitely want to rearrange UV. The power of 2 size doesn't really matter. I think sometimes Minecraft might enforce that, but in this case it works. So I'm not going to worry about that. I'm going to click confirm, and it generates the texture for us. Now you notice that there's still a lot of pieces that have not been generated. I don't know what this little arrow is. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of textures that have not been generated and it's still clumped together here. That's because when we generate a texture, we actually need to turn on all the parts in order for Blockbench to recognize it. So let me go ahead and do that. So the whole train should be here. It's transparent right now, but I'm going to delete this texture and redo it. So except for power of 2 size and the pixel density, I'm going to leave everything as default and create. Okay, that looks better. Seems like all the pieces now have a position on the texture. The texture map is quite big right now though. I think in the later updates of Blockbench, it actually doesn't compress the texture as well. So like, for example right here, like this piece, for example, can go right here. There's so much wasted space here. So what I'm actually going to do is redo this and do some manual tweaking of the textures as well. So I am going to select a few of these cubes. Unfortunately, you can't just shift click or control click to select multiple, which is a bit annoying. You just have to select like that. And then toggle visibility, I think. I wonder if that did it. Maybe not. I don't know what I just did. Okay, so let me just hide everything. And I don't know. I thought there was a better way to do this, but I guess there isn't. So either I can just live with this texture and deal with this, or I can try to fiddle around and move stuff around. So I guess for now I'll just leave it as is. It's quite a big texture file, but it will have to do for now. So I'm going to save this texture somewhere. Maybe the actual location of where the texture is supposed to be might be a good idea. Oops. Oh, not in common. Oops. It's gonna be in the fabric folder. Source, main, resources, assets, MTR, textures, vehicle. I'm gonna call this just S700. Okay. So I also like to make a backup in my other folder right here where I store all the pictures. So I'm gonna do that right now. Alright, I've copied over the file, and now I've opened it up in Fireworks. You can use whatever image editing tool you like. I've just been using Fireworks out of habit. This software is super outdated, is CS 5.5, which Adobe doesn't even do any one-time licenses anymore. It's all just subscription now. So I'm gonna lock the background layer, which is this texture map right here, because I don't want to be editing it. So I'm instead going to work in layer 1. That might be one strategy that's useful to not accidentally mess up this texture map. Okay, so let's do one part at a time. I like to do the exterior parts first, but it's entirely up to you. And I usually do the head last because that's the most annoying part. Okay, let's just start with window exterior 2 then. If we look back at our picture, I think it's been a while since I recorded the last video, so I need a little bit of a refresher for myself. So window exterior 1 is, I think it's this part right here. Exterior 2 is here. Exterior 3 is probably this bicycle area. Yeah, and then exterior 4 is the car connection. Okay, so starting with exterior 2 is this part. So now what I'm going to do is to look through my photo album and try to look for good pictures. Alright, here's my Google Photos. On 18th of May 2021, I was chasing this new train. I had to wait an hour at Othello Station until the train arrived. This is like the first day they were testing this train, I think. I forgot. Anyway, ignore this picture. I don't even know what I was doing here. This is my 3D printed parts, I guess. Okay, so I think like this one, oh, you can see my face right there. Okay, maybe this one might be good, although I really do have to adjust the colors to match everything else. Okay. Let's use this picture for now. So what I'm gonna do is download this. This is like my folder where I can dump all my pictures in and edit them before I put it into the texture. Okay. So I'm gonna open up Fireworks actually. And let me drag in my picture. And the reason I'm using this is because Photoshop has this really useful feature called the perspective crop. I know the buttons are really small, but that's because I'm using a 4K display and Photoshop is so old that it doesn't really support that very well yet. Okay, so what it does is that you can crop stuff like this with curves and you can export a rectangle out of it. So it's quite hard to see because it's pretty dark. I'm gonna export just one piece at a time because it doesn't really matter. I'm gonna need them anyway. So the tricky part is that this panel is curved. So I'll probably have to do just one at a time. So something like this. Okay, so this is the first part. And then save as, what part is that? 3, exterior 3. So I'm just gonna call it exterior 3 1. How do I go back? Oh, there we go. And then next would be the top part. This is also a bit tricky because there's the glass reflection. I'm not gonna want that in the final image. Oh, this is quite curved actually. So maybe I'll have to edit this a bit later, but yeah, let's do this for now. Yeah, it's not perfect as you can see, but because we are compressing down the texture so much, then it probably won't matter. Okay, so this part now. And let's see. The UI is quite hard to work with because it's such an old program. I think we can go up to here and keep this part for the door. Okay, so this one would be 2, 1. And I think you get the idea of what I'm doing, so I'm gonna skip ahead to when I've cut out all these parts of the train. Alright, so I've done cutting out everything. So let's take a look at what it looks like. So this is the door top. The perspective crop made it look weird, but we can stretch it out later. And the door bottom, the sides, that all looks good. I even cut out the top as well. Alright, so now we're also missing the front part. So let me see if I have a good picture for that. Hopefully I do. This is a good picture, and it also has the doors as well. There's a lot of color correction that I'm gonna have to do, and I'm not excited for that. Alright, so I'm gonna do a perspective crop for this again. Alright, I'm done cutting everything out, so that looks like this. And also the roof part. And so I think we can start merging everything together just on a blank, oops, not in Photoshop. But here, because I'm more comfortable with fireworks, it's just a personal preference. I'm going to try to merge everything together like a puzzle. Okay, so this is the bicycle. This is this one. This is the door. And this part goes here, I think. Oh wait. This part goes here. This is the door. Door. Roof. And then this roof. And then here. Perfect. And there's also a bunch of color correction we have to do. Okay. Let's see how we should start. I think we can get started by doing the color correction. That way we can at least have everything in line with each other. Yeah, so I'm gonna put these textures side by side, and I think we should make it brighter first of all, because that's what I usually do when making most of the trains for the mod, is I definitely boost up the brightness and contrast so it looks better. And I think in this case we might also have to work on the saturation as well, because this is not very saturated. Saturation might be quite strong, so maybe I put it before brightness and contrast. Yeah, I'll just do 20, and then I think I'm not sure what looks best. Or actually, let me see. Okay, so this is the kind of stuff I'm looking for. Is like sketches of the train. Like this. Yeah, this is from the official Sound Transit Twitter which has the colors of the train. So I can copy this. So that I can reference the actual colors for this. So definitely the door shapes are all wrong in this one. This is actually a different train altogether. But we can at least get a good idea of what this is supposed to be, the colors. So I've never actually tried to do this, but if I do whoa, even this drawing is full of different colors. Maybe it's just the compression of that. So for the blending, I'm gonna have to try different blending modes to get it right. Because I just want to get the... I don't know, maybe I just do a normal color fill, but then that looks patchy and weird. Maybe that's just how I would have to do it. I'm not sure. Okay, I'm gonna play around and try to fill the colors and let you know how that goes. Oh, actually, you know, I found this on their website, which is probably even better to work with. Because it's actually the official brand colors, and I can follow these colors when coloring. Alright, so I figured out a good way to do this, and let me show you how exactly I did it. So these colors look much better than the ones in the pictures, although the edges of these are a bit jagged, but when we scale it down, I don't think it matters very much. So what I did was, first I had to use the magic wand tool right here to select out each color. This is a bit of a tedious process. So for example, the top wave, I had to adjust the tolerance to make sure that I grab enough of the shape but not too much. So that looks pretty good, so I copy and paste right here. So this is the wave copied out. And then I'll do the same for this lighter color, and now the tolerance is too high. So I need to slowly adjust that to make the edges look good. That's too little. You can see some of the edges eating in a little bit. Little higher. I think that looks good. So that wave is copied. It's not perfect, but it's good enough. Because again, when we scale it down, it should be okay. For the dark blue, it's a bit harder because it's so close to black that it's easy to just select all the other colors with it. But yeah, this is good enough. Okay, and then we also have to select the edges as well. Yeah, see, if I move the background out, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is not present. So like this piece. And then this piece. Copy and paste, and then here. Wow. Okay, there we go. Luckily, I can select this one time and have it select both sides of this black line as well. It runs over a little bit, but I think it's okay. We can always cut out later again. Oh, I guess actually if we did select the whole thing, it wouldn't be that bad. Right? Okay, let's just do that. And so we have all our pieces selected or cut out as well. Okay, so I'm gonna select all of these and make a hue saturation filter, set it to 0, so it's just plain black and white. And then I'm going to deselect them and select them one by one and adjust the levels. So what this does is it tells the editor what color should be full white. So for example, I want this back part to be all white. So I'm gonna adjust the white slider so that the back will be all white. The reason I'm just doing this instead of just directly filling the color as white is because I want some of the darker lines to show up as well. So looks like these two peaks are the main green color. And see how I have some black edges? That's what I want. I want some of the natural shadows to show up as well. So even if I drag this up a little bit, see the main bulk of it is still white, which is good. So let me do that for all of them. So for this one is 2 peaks as well. Doesn't have to be perfect again. And then for the bottom, this is quite messy. The edge is quite messy, but it's okay. Yeah, that's good enough. Well, I do want this horizontal line to show up a little bit better, if possible. But if not, that's okay. And this might be a bit noisy, hard to work with. I don't know, sometimes some of these I'm just being kind of sloppy on. Because when you scale it down, you really won't be able to see the details. Okay. I kept that faint line. Maybe I'll do that. Okay. Same for here. There we go. And this one, that looks good. Maybe a little less. And then for the back part, like that, I think. Alright, so now everything's white except for some of the border lines. So now I'm going to pull this over a bit. And then I'm going to do a color fill, which is the final filter that we're going to use. Color fill, the first will be the wave teal color. And then the blend mode, I want to use subtractive. I've tested the different blend modes and this works the best. Basically, it doesn't just fill the whole shape with that color, but it respects some of the black shadows as well. That's the reason why we had to turn it all white, is because white minus the color we want will give us the color we want. And if there are any shadow parts, then it will subtract more, which will give us a darker color. So I'm going to do a color fill with subtractive for all of these. See how it kept the lines as well? That's a good thing. Oh, I should probably have done these at the same time because they're filled to the same color anyway. Almost done here, and subtractive, there we go. So you can see even the color fill kept some of these black lines, which is exactly what we want. Alright, so I'm gonna go ahead and do the same for these two as well, and I better save this picture before I lose it. Alright, so I have finished filling out the colors and changing the levels. I even included this middle section as well, so I used this picture. I guess this is the best picture I have of this middle section, even though this bottom part is cut off, but I think we can edit the texture enough later on to like flip this part over to fill in this gap, because I think this is symmetrical. The wave is symmetrical. Okay, so at this point we have, I guess, enough here for the exterior that we can start merging pieces together. So as I mentioned, we will start with window exterior 2. So the tricky part is to figure out how that texture maps here. So first of all, let's find where this piece is. And these two pieces are on separate parts of the texture. So one thing to note that in Blockbench, if you have a texture or you have a piece with 0 thickness, like this one right here, it will show up as just green anyway, even though realistically this side is green and the opposite face is actually the red face, but in this case it's transparent. Same thing for this one, the green face is actually here. So I think what I want to do is make the ones on the right side mirrored. So if I do mirror right here, and roof 5 as well, I suppose. So what that will do is to make this outer face green instead and the inner face red. So it'll be consistent at least. So let me make sure. Okay, so the head is facing this way. So this part, okay, let's start with this piece right here. So let's find that on the texture map and right here, I think. This one is it. So I'm gonna copy the bottom, which is this part right here. Make sure to select everything. Oh, I missed 2 small pieces. Copy and paste. And now we have to size it according to scale. But before I do that, let me flatten this. So basically combining everything into one. And going back to here, my size is 40 and I did a 4 times texture, so this width should be 160. 40 times 4 is 160. So here I'm gonna set the width to 160 and put that right here. Save. And there we go. That's our first texture. So the door will be on, I guess, both sides. Oh wait, I realized, wait, that might be the wrong piece. Let me leave this over here for now. I think I was supposed to use this part. Wait a second. Yeah, I think this part is the correct one. Okay, so copy and paste. Flatten selection. Just so that I don't accidentally separate them later unintentionally. So I'm gonna make the width 160 and put that right here. I feel like I copied a little part of the platform here to this texture. But yeah, let's go back to the source picture just to double check. I forgot if I used this one or this one. I probably used this one. So maybe I copied part of the platform. So that's not too hard of a fix, because we can just do this, copy and paste, and drag this by 1 pixel. There we go. It's a little bit stretched technically, but that doesn't matter. Actually, I want to do 2 units because there's a lot of noise down there that I also would want to get rid of. Which means we have to cut off one from the bottom There we go. Perfect. Okay, just to make sure it's in the right orientation, and copy it over to this piece as well. So I think we actually had to flip the textures. Like this. And both pieces need to be flipped around like that, so that the wave is correct. Hopefully that makes sense. So the head is facing this way, so if we turn the train around, this should match our picture. Like, I mean, the wave pattern should match. So, yep, this matches. Good. Alright, so that's the bottom piece. And then the middle piece where the windows will be that and that. Which is this piece right here and this piece right here. So, I think, yeah, it's only this window. Okay, and one thing to note is that this window is symmetrical, so we can just take one side and flip it over. If things are supposed to be symmetrical in real life, I just like to cut it in half, cut the texture in half, and flip whichever side looks nicer so that it's perfectly symmetrical. And also the window borders are supposed to be black, but in this case, they're kind of reflective. Like, I guess this is a little better to see, but there's a black border around. Let me see if I can find some better pictures to show how thick the border actually is. Alright, so something like this. The side borders are a little bit thicker than the top and bottom borders, so we just have to keep that in mind. So actually, what I think I'll do, let's try resizing this first and see how that looks. I actually don't really like the way this turned out because the border here is a bit faded. I like this side better probably, but let's see if matched over the bottom texture. And also it was flipped too, if you remember. But not that that really matters because we're going to mirror this anyway. But I think actually what I'll do for the texture is to copy this little bit and then, I should flatten it first. Flattening it also gets rid of the filters. Just basically flattens everything into just one image, including all the data associated with it. So you can no longer edit the filters, but that's what I want. Okay, so if I drag that all the way down, then we have a smoother gradient. Actually, if we want to perfectly match the bottom, then we can copy a couple of pixels of that, move that up here, and make this kind of merge seamlessly with the top part. Let me show you what I mean. So we have 4 pixels that we want to transition. And actually, I'll just do these 3 pixels. So I'll flatten this first, and then drag that all the way up to the top. So now we have a smooth transition all the way. Okay. So in this case, I think I'll use the right half and flip it over. So first I'll flip this bar over. Mirror that. So that's a pretty good transition, although this covers the wave a little bit. So we'll probably have to use the eraser tool and yeah, see there's some blue that got hidden. Yep. I just want that pixel. Wait, 1, 2, 3, and this. Okay. Yeah, that is good. Okay, now for the window. I think what I'll do is just to draw it out because it'll probably be easier. So there are 4 pixels over there, and so 76 would be the perfect width for that because the whole thing is 160 minus 8 on both sides, and then divided by 2 would be 76. And I want the inner edge of that. And the border, let's do like 2 for now. And I'm gonna delete basically the bottom portion of all of this. Did that do anything? Let's try that again. Delete. Okay, there we go. So copy and paste the window frame over to this side. Alright, so that's gonna be the window. I'm gonna cut off this texture at the top as well. Oh, I realized I cut out an extra pixel over here. So let me copy that over one more time and flip and send to back. And let's just, yeah, okay, that's good for here. Okay, so let's take a look at the window again. The bottom is really thin, so maybe 2 pixels is enough. And then the sides, if this is 2, this will probably be like 5 or 6. I'm just eyeballing this here. So let's start with 4. 4 is probably too thin, so up that to 6. And I don't know if I should do pitch black or just a very dark gray. I think I'll go for a dark gray. Okay, let me copy this over first. And then make this symmetrical. Yeah, okay. Actually, I think the window in the middle might just have 1 bar like this. So the bars are actually even. I'm not exactly sure. It's kind of hard to tell from these pictures. Maybe it's doubled up. I'm not too sure. If it's doubled, it'll be like that. Why are these pictures so hard to tell? Oh, and that's a small picture as well. Okay, I don't... maybe it's not doubled. And maybe this is too thin as well. No, that's how it is. Maybe this is too thin, so if I do 8 for that, let's see. 8 looks okay, I guess. Well, maybe the easiest way to tell is just to copy this and analyze it inside. Okay, so this is a really approximate way of doing it. Okay, so this is, I guess, 10. 10 and height is 8, 7. 7 and 20, so about 1.5 times, I think. No, 3 times. So this is 7 times 3 would be about this width right here. So if I make the bottom 2 units, then the side should be 6. Or I can do 3 and 8. 3 and 8 might look better. Okay, let's just stick with 6. That was our original idea. So 6 all the way through. Yeah. I know I'm spending a lot of time working out the details to make this look as accurate as possible. I tend to do this on all the trains I make, so hopefully you understand why this takes such a long time to do. And I think I am going to do 20, 20, 20 for the color, so it's not exactly black, but it's a dark enough color. Or what about 1, 0? Because I feel like in real life there's so much reflection that it's not going to be perfectly black. Okay. It looks slightly too bright. What is this color? Oh wow, 3, 0. So maybe 2, 0 isn't a bad choice. What's this color up here? Oh, 0, 5. Alright, I'm going for 1, 0. Like that. Alright. We can always change it later. It's not going to be that hard to change. So I'm going to flatten everything. So basically grouping everything together as well. And then the rest of the window... Oh, I guess this can be deleted. And then the rest of the window will go to this part where it's supposed to be. Oh wait, also one thing to note is that the vertical scaling might not be accurate as well. So that we'll have to take that into account too. Because I think the way we designed the model is the window cuts off on here, I think. I forgot what I decided on. The edge of the door is the top, I think. So the window needs to stop right there. So let's take a look at the door piece. Door exterior. Yeah, if you look at the model, the door just cuts off right at the top. Yeah, see? So the window also needs to end right there as well. So which is not that big of an issue for us. We can simply move this down and shrink this so that the gradient remains the same. And then copy this and paste and save. Okay, so the window is like that. Cool. And the textures connect pretty nicely. And now for the top, what do we have here? Okay, we have this. Wait, I'm a little bit confused actually. So one door is here, one door is here. Okay, I get it. So in reality, we just want this little section. This is what our window is going to be. It's going to be a little challenging because we have all this to work with. Okay, so what I'm going to do is to copy this whole part out. Copy and paste. And I think I will... Okay, first I will flatten the selection. And I will cut this part and paste just to split it out. And then I will skew this so that the speaker is more rounded. And I think it needs a little bit of a vertical stretch. Something like that. And I can fix these lines afterwards. But at least the speaker is more round now. That's going to be important when we work with these textures. Okay. delete this left side so that it's easier to scale, and then delete this or cut out this door part. This will go above the door. And how should we approach this? I could kind of like match this over and cut it out like that. I think that's not a bad idea because I don't want to get into a lot of math right now. Okay, so that's kind of approximately how the pieces will be divided out. If I am off by like a pixel or two, it doesn't matter because we're scaling everything down anyway. So this piece is right over there and right over there. I'm actually not going to care about the logo really, because I think Sound Transit isn't going to care. In fact, they want more people promoting their stuff. I think the places that actually care about copyrights and logos is like Asia and the UK, I guess. But yeah, maybe I'll take the logo off. I'll decide later. So 160 and 36. I'm just going to scale this down to 160. Oh wow, the height is perfectly 36, which means we've done something right. Cool, okay. That is a good thing. I am also going to stretch out these lines. So 160 divided by 2 is 80, minus 1 is 79. So 79 this way and 79 this way. Well, I can make that 80 just to get the line more solid. And also I think, let's take a look at the picture. Only the right side has the line, so we also need to respect that too. Okay, and before I flatten this, I'm going to copy it to the other side. You'll see why in a second. And that is because the logo can't be flipped, but the line has to be flipped for the other side. So after I do that, this side is correct, the line is on the right. Wait a second. The line is supposed to be closer to the head. So the head is on this side. So the line for this piece will need to get flipped over. So let's do that before we forget. So I'm just going to copy and paste this over. And the colors are similar enough that I'm not going to worry about it too much. Just kind of erase this with a bit of blur. Perfect. Now I'm going to flatten this piece. Oh wait. Before I do that, I need to also get rid of the line on the other side. So let me try that again. Copy and paste. Flip. And this should stay in front. Okay. Just blur these edges a little bit. Okay, cool. This part is done. And then for this one, the line can stay on the right side, but the logo has to be flipped. Okay, see, the line is closer to the head now, and oh, this whole thing just has to flip, so like that. So that's one thing about using the mirror, is that any logos and text will have to be flipped. So just be aware of that. Alright, let's double check. Yep, the head is that way. Cool. Alright, I like how this looks. We might as well do the bottom as well. The bottom will probably just be a solid blue. So this piece and this piece. Okay, so I'm gonna copy this over actually, and if we are just trying to be lazy, I can just do this. And if I want to make that symmetrical, I can just copy that. And I think the height is like 12. That looks like a height of 12 to me. Flatten and we're good. Yep, there it is. This as well. I'm debating whether I should get rid of this fuzzy stuff at the bottom, but yeah, maybe later. If it looks bad later, then I can clean it up. Okay, let's move on to the top part first. So that piece is up there, and then this, and then this. And what pieces do we have for this in terms of the texture? I think we're working with this piece right here. So I think the speaker is... Wait, the speaker is not part of the curve. Interesting. Okay, so the speaker starts right after the first curve, and it goes until the second curve only. So since this curve piece is quite angled, and it has a height of 3, I'm gonna keep that number. So 3 plus 3 plus 2 is 8. So I'm gonna scale my texture like that. So 8 times 4 is 32. Oh, actually, maybe I can just scale this 160 and work with that. Okay, let's start with the middle piece actually, which is down there. I think it was this piece. Yeah. Okay, and our speaker is actually at a nice position right now. So cut out this part and cut out the top part. So is the speaker closer to the side of the head? No. Speaker is farther from the head. So our head is facing that way, so this will have to be flipped. Well, before I flip it, let me put it on this side as well. Wait. I think this part. Oh, wait a minute. This piece. But I think either way, both pieces will have to be flipped, like so. Yeah, so now the speaker is facing away from the head, which is correct. Okay. Now for this part is basically just all white. And it's these two pieces right here, so I can just move that over. Do we have the line right there? Yeah, we have the line going all the way up, so we can't forget about that. Technically, I should scale down the texture. Wait, okay, so if we want to do this precisely, then I'm estimating about 9 units based on the model. Yeah, I think 9 units is perfect. Because let's try 1 unit down just to test. Oh. I don't know. I can't tell if there's a gap right here. I'll just do 9 units just to be safe. Okay, so let's see. With the rest of the line, and we also have this flipped around, so I'm gonna copy this line and put it right here. Flatten, copy, and paste to this one as well. Perfect, so now the line continues upwards. And the speaker piece actually needs the line as well. Right there. Alright, now for the final top piece. I actually don't really like what I have with the texture because it contains all this noise, but let's put it in anyway and see how that looks. It's a 2 unit piece, so 2 times 4 is 8. Oh, perfect. It's already 8. And I think this... Wait, was this up there? Oh. I think it's these 2 pieces over here. Flip that around, and this line needs to go here. Alright. Yeah, it does look kind of weird with the noise. I could just make it plain white. So I'll do a color fill for white, and I think that should be fine. Yeah. We've got some noise on here, which is okay. I'm just gonna leave that. That looks pretty good. I'm happy with this. For the roof, I don't know what I'm gonna do right now because I don't have pictures of the roof, unfortunately. I think at least. Yeah, there's no way I can get pictures of the roof at this station anyway. So maybe online might have something. I don't know. I'll look later. I can go to like Capitol Hill Station. That's like one of the underground stations where when you're taking the escalator up, then you can get pictures of the train from the top. Maybe I'll go do that sometime, but can't seem to find any pictures of that right now. Okay. I can also just make it a gray square for now. Just as a placeholder, so if I do forget about it, which I hope I don't, then at least won't be transparent. Okay. Cool. That's this part done. Nice. Window exterior 2 is done. Now let's do window exterior 1 just so that we can get that in the books. Okay, so we've got it kind of covered with the rest of these textures, but it's this and that. So this piece and this piece. And these are the roof parts, which I'll leave alone for now. And this is going to be the front part. Oh, I already copied it here. And the width of that is going to be 58 times 4 is 232, I think. It is quite tall compared to the other piece. Oh wait, this part. I got scared for a second, like, that doesn't make sense. Okay. I want to check one thing with this part. Right here, and that's the height of the window. So the height is 74 plus 4, 78. So 78 would be the height of these windows, which is okay. And okay. Okay, that's fine. I'm just trying to think about consistency here. But I think we're okay. So let's copy this piece and combine it with the bottom. So 232. I just kind of want the windows to be a nice number. Oh, that's not good. That doesn't align properly. We could just shift it manually. It's probably just a result of the scaling. Let's see. Because this piece does have a door edge component to it, meaning like this left bar. So if we can get that to match, then we can see that this clearly is 1 unit too long. So let me copy and paste that in first and make this 231 instead. Does that match up? Not really. Okay, so keeping this piece from before, and I guess we can just shift everything over. I'm fine doing that. Oh, I forgot to flatten that, I think. Because, oh. You see the issue here? The door edge isn't aligned. Alright. I don't know what to do here. I guess if I just... Oops. Because I do like the thick black line over here. So if I just... Wait, let me undo a bunch of stuff. Okay, so delete this. Paste... Wait, what did I just do? Okay, so I do like that thick black line on the left, the 1 pixel line, and I like that too. So I'm just making minor adjustments to these lines right here. Okay, and the window... these windows are actually not the same size. Is that gonna be an issue? Is it true that these windows are longer than these windows? I can't tell just from this picture, but let's just stick with that. And for the bottom... I'm just gonna copy a little bit of the wave. So that's going right there. Oh, see, the whole thing is misaligned. What about like this? That might work. I don't know. This seems like an ugly fix, but we'll just have to see if these line up with the edge of the wave, which I think they kind of do, so this might work. And I use the eraser to kind of soften out the transitions a bit between each of these pieces. Although you can't really tell. So that black line was actually just for the window, so I can safely delete that. And I don't really like this dark part. There we go, much better. Much better. There. Okay. So let's just flatten out this whole thing. And yeah, we can use this. Problem solved, I guess. Alright. This should be in the right orientation. And then the next part up is right here. I think this piece. Oh, we're 1 pixel short. But I think let's just stretch the window up. That's fine. We're gonna redraw the windows anyway, so. Okay, cool. Yep. Looking back at our picture, we have the panel and then the light. Oh, it's flipped. flip this and flip that. Alright, nice. Now let's work on the windows and take a look at some of these pictures as well. Oh, this is a good picture. So the borders on this is actually not as thick, and the middle can be 6 units still. Oh, actually we do kind of have a guide here. I'm just gonna leave it 6 units just for consistency. Okay. I'm gonna match this up on top. And then pull this until that matches. Delete the bottom half of this. Copy and flip. How wide is this? 161. I'm gonna make that 162. I think that's in the middle now. So delete, delete, 1, 2, 3, copy, and flip, and right there. How high are the windows? 64. Cool. I just like nice round numbers. Okay, before I merge this, I would also delete the old window. Cool. And measure the height. 72 and 60. That is a nice number. Cool. Okay, where is the other part of that? 1 and 2. All right, let's see. Perfect. There we go. Now the top part. I'm really excited about this train. Okay, let's see. I think I have a separate part for the top, which is right here, including the logo as well. And this is actually a little bit skewed, so let's see what we can do here. I'm gonna assume the same approximate dimension for that, the door part. So just kind of delete that and then resize it just purely based on this. So I'm gonna cut out this and then 232. 9 is 36. 232 and 36. So hopefully, yeah, this looks like a good scale, although the word link seems a little bit squished. It's okay. It's quite small compared to the Sound Transit logo. Oh, it is smaller, so that's good. That's good. We did do it right. Okay, so where's this piece? There and there. Oh, you know, I'm gonna make that actually. I'm gonna cut out this black bar because that's like residue from the window. So I don't want that. So that might actually help the scaling of the word a little bit. Okay, let's see if this is the right orientation. Nope. So we have to flip that and then copy and paste to here. And in this one, we will have to flip the text. So I'm gonna give a little bit of a buffer space, copy and paste and flip. There we go, and flatten. Nice. Oh, I guess we covered that. But it looks like we are blending this line really well. So I'm not gonna make any modifications with that. Although we can clean up this line a little bit. You see how it's a bit faded. I should probably have done that earlier too, but we can do it now. So I'm going to copy this portion and measure out the total height, which is 62. So 31 is half of that. Move that up one, copy and paste, flip. There. Flatten this and flatten this. All right. Okay, that looks pretty good. Yeah, I'm happy with this. Did we mirror all of this? I forgot. Ah, no wonder it looks kind of weird like that. Hopefully that didn't mess up anything. I don't think it did. Yeah, I think we're good. Oh wait, cool. For the top part, I think there's nothing special about the texture. It's just going to be plain white, just like this part. So I can just copy that for the top, and I don't need this anymore, I think. Same for this piece. This piece is actually just all white as well. Okay, so we're gonna have to do some cutting at the top here where it meets the head section. But I want to do the head later because that's the hardest part and I don't want to do that right now. So all I'm gonna do is fill out these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then move on to some other part for now and then come back to the head afterwards. But I'm happy with the progress we've made regarding this. Just to double check, we have the panel and we have the light. Panel, light. Yeah. Okay, nice. What's next? Oh yeah, the top part. Here and here. I'm gonna leave the gap for now, just so that we can take a look at how the bar lines up with the texture, and I think the black line matches pretty well, so I'm gonna leave that. And as for this section, I'm just gonna stretch it over. I think it's just a solid white square. I forgot what I did. Save that. And there we go. Okay, next. We don't need the speaker, but we do want the texture. 1 and 2, so here and here. Oh, wait. I guess I didn't flatten this piece. Yeah. Okay. So since we don't need the speaker, I'm just going to stretch this all the way. It's gonna stretch the noise too, but I don't really care. Save. Alright. And now finally for the roof 1 and 2, these top 2 pieces. So I think I can just copy it like this. And again, oops. Stretching this over like so. Oh, not 232, is it? 248. Interesting. I think that's because the head has an extra bit leading up to the front. So I'm gonna do something special like that. Yeah, so the line actually goes up to there only. Actually, the line will probably not be visible anyway, but okay. Let's just finish this part and call this good. Alright, this part is done. I'm really excited about this. Oh, wait, we need a line right there, do we? No, there's no line right here. Good, good. Okay, for the door section, actually for both door sections, we actually won't have a line, which is really interesting. Okay. Yeah, let's do the door exterior now anyway, because we're already on here. And let's see which one looks the best. I think this one... yeah, this one looks the best. And as I mentioned before, if a texture is symmetrical, then we only need to copy half of it, like this. And I'm debating whether to make the door lights 3D or not, so we'll see. 9 and 24. 24 times 4 is 96. 96 by 36. But actually it'll be 48, 36, because we're flipping that, or cutting that in half. Alright, that's perfectly symmetrical. I'm gonna delete these two because we can use the other pieces. Yep. And that piece is right over there. Here? Wait, I forgot. I think it was here. And the middle piece is right below that. And then finally the roof is up there. Let's see. Alright, I think we have it. The door exterior, oh, also the bottom part is like a yellow warning color. This is like the official picture, I think. Oh, I can't open the picture in new tab. Inspect it. Where's the picture? Come on. This is the picture. Oh, never mind. It's too much work. Oh, it makes me download it. Okay, anyway, here it is. And it looks like it's yellow on all sides and gray on the sides. So where's this piece? Oh, and I think I forgot the diagonal piece down at the bottom where we had it for the other windows. Oh, I also forgot window exterior 1, the bottom pieces too. So let's go add that real quick. Where is it? It's so small I can't see it. Oh, here and here. Okay. One thing I want to do with the existing piece is to draw a corresponding one for the back side. Because if you, in-game, if you look at it from the other way, it's going to be transparent if you don't put a piece right there. Okay, so I think up here is where it was. So that piece, the line needs to be on the right. So I'm gonna do this. $24 and $12. And right here, I need a longer one though. Ooh, the rectangle needs to be redone because it has fuzzy edges. I don't like that. This one might have fuzzy edges too. Yeah, see? Since this is such an old software, there's gonna be random bugs like that. Okay, for the other side, there and there. Is it this one? I think so. Okay. The lines are correct. And I just want to copy one of these pieces. I'll use Windows 2's one. Oh, what did I just do? I don't know what I clicked. This edge piece probably should extend 1 over, so it cuts into the main part, and I don't think that interferes with any of the other texture pieces, so we're good there. And the door is 24, so we need to update that. 24 and -12. And this, I'll just move it right here. That's a good thing about having so much space in the texture map, is that it allows you to have more flexibility. So 24 times 4 is 96. So 96 divided by 2 is 48. Okay, 48. So this will be 96. I'll just flatten this anyway. Cool. We've got the floor piece in, and then this piece will be the yellow thing. Yellow on the top and the side, and gray on all other sides. So that looks like it's right here. So since we edited the cube to be 2 units, then I have to kind of do this accordingly. I think this is a nice color for that. And then let's see. We've got another piece here that's going to be like a lightish gray. And I think kind of eyeballing where these positions are. Oh, too far for that piece. All right, nice. Yeah, I think that would work. And I'm purposely leaving this top half to be transparent because that's going to be part of the interior texture. Okay, we've got the door exterior down. Okay, now that the door exterior is done, we can move on to the door exterior, or the door left and right exterior. So the door exterior was like the frame with the bottom and the top, and now we can do the actual doors themselves. So these train doors are plug doors, as you probably can tell, and I think it shouldn't be too hard for these. We do have 2 halves of the door, and they are symmetrical. So let me first flatten this, and except that there's a label, the little label here. But yeah, let's first scale it to what it's supposed to be. So 16 and 12, that means 24. Wait, no, 48 and then 64. So 48 times 2 is 96. And this is right here. Actually, let me check it with the rest of that to see if it's actually lined up, which we might have a little problem here. Okay. So, oh, this lines up. This lines up with that piece. Actually, they're all scaled differently, I just realized. You see, they don't line up. That's really annoying. And especially these windows over here, they don't line up as well. Okay, so let me first try to figure out the actual scale of everything. So I'm going to take a vertical kind of snapshot of the train. I'm gonna paste it in here and try to scale that to... Alright. Oh, I just realized that I haven't been recording this whole time. Sorry about that. And anyway, so I was making progress on window exterior 4, or no, 3. So I got that done. Yeah, I'm kind of sad that I missed recording all of that. I was just talking to myself at that point. But yeah, window exterior 2 and 3 are done, as well as the door exteriors. I think these window rims are a little too thin, so I'm probably going to add one more pixel to that on each side. One, two, three. We'll make that 0F we decided on. Okay. Cool, saving that. Oh, the bottom part still. Alright. Finish that and save. There. Okay. Good enough. Let's move on. Oh. The door exterior... The top of the door probably needs a dark line, just so that we can tell that it's the door. So I can just copy this, though. Right, let me copy it to the other pieces first. Oops. Flatten selection and save. Yeah, that looks much better. Now we can at least tell that the door has a border on it. Alright, what's next? So now the exterior, what's left for the exterior? The number 4 is left. Okay, so starting with the bottom. Maybe I'll just skip over. Maybe not. I won't skip this part over. I don't know. Sometimes people like to watch me do all of it, and sometimes people want me to skip over it. So I can't always tell what people want. Okay, so this part was cut off in the photo, but it doesn't matter. Because it's symmetrical, we can just flip one side over. And then this part, we can fix it after we scale it down. So this has a width of 52. And the wave should line up with this part. Kind of. I think it's not exact. But actually, the gray line should line up. So maybe we can use that as a reference. Like, if we get the height, that's 51. So 52 times 4 is 208 times 51. And where does this piece go? Let me try to guess. Is it here? Maybe here. Okay. So let's copy this part over just to have a reference with us, and the wave looks good because there's going to be an actual gap here for the gangway connection, so it doesn't matter if the wave doesn't match up like this. Okay, now I want to copy the bottom. This looks quite messy as well down here, so I'm just going to copy this part. Like that. Stretch it over. That looks pretty good, actually. And then use my eraser tool. Just want to get that left line looking good. Okay, cool, and now let's, before I do that, I do want to copy this line as well. Okay. Flatten this. And this is 208, so half of that is 104. Ooh. It actually doesn't cut down the middle of that. So it looks like that, which is a bit weird. What happened, though? Okay, this is before I flattened it. So let's try this again. I'll copy it and paste it in here. Flatten this first. And then I'm going to copy up to the point where I think is the middle. And then scale this to 104 and 51. Right? Yeah. Send to back. Copy and paste. Flip. Now the wave looks better. Let's see. Wait. I'm going to cut out this and cut out that, and then this can flatten. Cool. Okay. And then I will do the flipping later. But for this part, I'm going to copy it in, flatten it again. And then I'm also going to just get half a window in. Okay. So this will be 104 and 89. Same dimensions as what we've always been doing. 89 for the remaining portion. And actually, we will go right about here and send that to back. So if we combine those two together, height should be 140, which is not right now. So 1 up, 140. Okay. And I also want to copy this line on the right as well. All right. That's looking good. And copy this all the way up to the top also, and kind of blur in this part. Nice. Okay, this is looking pretty good. Let me flatten what we have. And we can copy in the window rims as well. Something like this. All right. Ooh. What happened? Okay, just filling that in and perfect. Flatten all of this and delete the window on the inside. Cool. Oh, this is supposed to go lower, right? Why did I... Don't know what I did. Why did I put the window so high? Okay, anyway. So let's try to match what we have here. So about that level, wait. Why is my line offset? How did that happen? What? This is not like perfectly white either. This is FA. Anyway, doesn't matter. Should be right now. Yeah, this lines up. And the window width is a nice number. 5486. Cool. Alright, okay. Alright. So flatten this, and we can mirror this to the other side, like that. Okay, where is the rest of this? I'm guessing this piece. Nice. Okay, wave looks good. And now the top part. I don't know if I have a good photo of the middle section. We have the link, the word link again. I don't know. Oh, here's a good picture. And I think it's also the smaller font. So we'll have to take that into consideration. Okay, I think what I'm going to do here is just to copy the word link from the other piece. So this top part is here, and the width of it should be 208. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is copy this one over and then get this just for reference. Because we gotta see if the dark lines match as well. Okay, this is just to position the word. And then this is the real one. I feel like this is a little bit squished, to be fair. I don't know why, though. Let's see about this logo. This logo also seems a little bit squished. I don't know. I'm going to just put it like this. Yeah, I'm gonna fix the logo later, too. Good enough. We can fix that later. I'm not gonna put the car number because in the mod we don't have any ability to set different car numbers anyway. Maybe in a future update, but not right now. And then the upper part here. $208, yeah. And then right there. And finally the roof, which is over there. This one, I think. Okay, save. There we go. Okay. And same thing that I mentioned for the other window exterior, which probably did not make it into the recording, but I will need to make an exterior piece just to mark the outer side of this, because there's going to be a gangway here and we need some pieces to wrap around the outside to match the shape. Alright, so that's completed. I think we're done with the exterior other than the head. Alright. So we can either move on to the interior or I don't know. There's so much to do, so much to texture. Alright, so I did a little bit off camera, and let me show you what I have so far. So I just decided to just work on it even if I'm not recording, just so that I can get more done, because there's a lot of repetitive steps to this. So I worked on window 1, so the interior for that is done, and it looks pretty good, I think. And then window 2, 3, 4 still in progress. Window exterior 1 is done except for the head. Window exterior 2, 3, 4 is done. Yeah. And nothing. And then now I'm at the door part. I'm like halfway done with the door. And then door exterior, I think that's done. Yeah, we did that like a little while ago. Door left and right. The interior door is done. So that's what it looks like along with the door. Okay, and then the door exterior is also done. Okay, and then we have the seat and the seat handrail left to do. Alright, so let's continue working on the door. So I modified the roof a little bit after working on the window 1 and basically simplified the curve a little bit and made it more accurate. So, okay, before we get onto that, let's continue making these pieces. So I'm not making these full white right now, but maybe I can just do full white just to make it simpler. And this piece is this third one right here, so. And we also have to note that it doesn't cover the whole thing. right? Like it cuts off kind of 3/4 of the way up. So I'm gonna estimate somewhere around here. Maybe we need one more pixel up. Yeah, we might need one more pixel. So I'll make that 9. And the side pieces can also be this size as well. There we go. And we have to make sure that these side textures are all exactly the same color, or else there's going to be Z fighting. As you can see, the blue and the white is different colors, so if I look through it like this, it's going to have some Z fighting. But let me just take a look at the colors that I used. So the sides we use full white, and then the bottom part we use EF. Okay, and then I'm gonna, so this is EF, oh no, this is EF, and then this is full white. So I think I'm just gonna continue on with full white for the rest of this, just to make it easier. Okay, so for the next piece, probably the same thing again. And this time we need to fill in the top half. And that looks good. And then finally the top piece, which is right down here. Height is going to be 12. And then these side pieces shouldn't be too hard. I'm gonna turn on the window just to see how much we have to fill. So we'll probably have to fill in most of this up to this point, basically. And then this hole as well. Let me show you what I mean. And then I have to cut off somewhere there. And this cube is right about here. Somewhere here, I think. And I think this is the blue face, so we can just work directly on here. So I'm just gonna draw some shapes just to get an idea of where it's supposed to be. Actually, you know, a better way to do this is to just directly draw on the Blockbench texture. So before I made a backup of the texture, which is going to come in handy now. So this is just an empty texture. I'm going to import this in and click on this and just use the Blockbench paint tools to kind of see where I need to go. So right about here. So I'm actually gonna paint on this piece, which is not what I want. So I'm gonna hide this and just go like that. Remember, the point of this isn't to make a permanent texture, it's just to get an idea of which pixels I need to color in. But this piece is in the way right now, so somewhere here will be good. And then just missing this corner pixel. Okay, and then for up here, we can go like this. Just do a rough line across. To the top. Okay. So I'm gonna save this, and that will save to the texture as well. So now I just open this in Fireworks, and I can see this right here. Oh, yeah, right here. So when I do the head part, this is what I'm gonna do as well. I'm gonna rely on drawing in Blockbench and then copying over the shape. So I'm gonna fill this in a little better. And I think this is, this is what we will have. Alright, so I'm gonna go ahead and delete some of this. And then fill this completely. This should be the right shape now. So let's go back to our texture and look at this part. Yeah. Might be better to just completely hide this as well. Hide the background texture so we can really see what's going on here. And yeah, that looks pretty good. That's a solid block right there. See? The lines match up pretty well. And they don't cut through the ceiling really, which is what we want. And now we can just copy that over to the other side. And that piece is right about here. I think here, and we'll actually have to flip this over because it's on the other side. There we go. I think we've got it. Okay, so now the roof parts. I'm gonna do the second roof first actually because this one is where the vents are. And let me see, where's this piece? Down here. And let's see where my vents are. I think this is it. And I think we want it right here. We also have a piece over here as well. And this is 24, which means 96. Alright, let's check it with the window 1. And yep, that's the same. So we're good there. Looking back at some photos I took, I actually don't know where the lines are on the roof. So you see there's a break here for the ceiling. I sketched that in, but I don't think that the ceiling breaks over here. So I'm just gonna do a continuous piece. Okay, let's see, where is it? Where's my other ceiling? Is it this? Yes. And we're gonna fill in this piece. It's a height of 96. Alright, and now finally for that piece. That piece is where the light is going to be. So let's find what we did for the light, which is this. And this is down here above the door. All right. It's a little bit off, so we're gonna have to adjust that. It's also a different width than the other piece also. Oh, I think I guessed that correctly that time. Okay, so delete that. And then delete that. Hopefully this should line up. Yeah. Alright, I think we got it. So I think I'm not gonna put the route map on here yet, because I don't know what people might want. I'm just gonna leave that blank for now. I might just put in the actual route map, but I'll work on that later. So I think this is it for the door section. The door exterior is done. So now there's window 2 to work on. Alright, so this shouldn't be too complicated because we already had the groundwork for the other windows. So let's start with the floor. The floor is this, wait. The floor is this piece right here, which is here. And we do have some floor textures set up. This is actually not anything. These two pieces are not for anything. They're just for me to reference later, which is now. So one thing that we need to be aware of when making the floor is that when we tile it with other stuff, there shouldn't be any lines. What I mean is that, for example, if I have the floor like here, and then I copy and paste, and then flip it around just like how I would do it in the resource pack creator, and I combine the textures, you can kind of see that there's a line down the middle where the texture breaks. Can you see that? You can clearly see there's a line in the middle. And if you're looking down a train, that will become quite obvious. So to prevent that, we have to try to blend the edges to match it with the other floors. So first I'm going to take a look at the door floor and try to match that up first. So this is the floor for the door. So I could just copy this over, make a copy of that. So flip that over. Well, yeah, flip that. Let's flip that over. So this edge is guaranteed to match with that edge. Although now you can see some patterns because it's just a mirror image right now. So that's okay. We will continue working on the other side as well. I'm gonna roughly split this in half and put it on the other side so that when we tessellate another door on this side, then these edges should match up like this. And they do currently. You don't see a clear line in the middle. So what we can do is just to put the floor here again. Wait. I think I want a new piece of the floor. And then delete these. Bring this forward and make that 50%. Because I want to cut the edges nicely first on both sides. Alright, now I'm going to use my eraser and kind of blur the edges so that we kind of have the edge from the door, but we also have mostly this new floor. Alright, change that back to 100, and yeah, I think we have an extra pixel on this edge. Okay, so now we tentatively have the floor, and now we have to flip it over one more time to check this line. And we can clearly see that there's a line down the middle, see? So what we can do is to copy a corner of this and then flip that and put it here. And then we'll kind of blur the edges again, so that that line is gone. Okay, now I'm gonna flatten these pieces now and copy and paste, rotate it, and now there's no line down the middle. Nice. Alright, now I'm gonna double check it with the door one more time, just in case. Yeah, you see there's no line with the door on this side, and for this side, no line as well. Well, I guess there's like a faint gradient, but I'll call that good enough. Yeah, that's good enough to me. So we're working on window 2. That's the floor, and I'm gonna fill in the bottom part of the floor as well, because that would be the underside of the train. And just to be consistent with the other trains, I've been using this 3333 color. Also, I've been, like, if I turn on the exterior, you can see that the floor kind of cuts into this diagonal piece. So what I've been doing with the other floor pieces is that I've been making it 0 height. That's a bit different from most of the other trains I've made, but making it 0 height will make it not cut into these pieces. So that's what I'm gonna do here. It's not typical, but it's okay. Alright, so that's the floor piece. This wall piece can closely mirror what we have for the other wall, which is good. So this second piece right there, because we have the heater vents there, and I already did that for window 1, so I can just copy that to window 2. So that's this piece right here. I already made this in advance. So I'm gonna try to line it up so that it's centered. And I think this is a good spot. Right in between these screws. Or actually maybe offset the screws. Something like that. So we have 9 pixels to that screw and 9 pixels. Okay, good. I'm gonna cut and paste, delete this, and yeah. Okay. Double check with the photo just to make sure. Yeah, we've got the vents here. I didn't model the vents in 3D, which is okay. I don't do that for other trains anyway. That's kind of the beauty with 3D modeling, is that you can take shortcuts like this. Versus if you're doing 3D printing versus like modeling for a video game. In 3D printing, you have to be pretty accurate because it's literally a physical object. While 3D modeling, you can get away with shortcuts like this. Okay, where were we? Here. So this is the exterior, and I want to match this up so that the window is basically aligned. And let me double check what my gradient here is as well. Oh, not that part. Because I did do some gradient on the window, and I want to make sure that the gradient matches up here. So if I take a look at these colors, this is full white, and then it starts changing to a darker color as we move down. which is okay. But just want to be consistent with that. Alright, so here I'm gonna cut this and move this over. Cut this and move this over. And we also need to delete the extra few pixels to fit the window. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4. Flatten this. And now I will cut out the, cut out the unneeded parts of that. Alright, now I can delete this, and turn off the background and just double check that everything is lined up. So window exterior 2 and the inside window, you can see it. The window is perfectly lined up, which is exactly what we want. Alright. So now moving up to the top piece, I think it's this one over here. So I'm gonna copy and paste that and copy and paste this. And I think that these pieces are a little bit off. So they're 4 pixels off vertically. So when we're comparing it, we need to offset 1, 2, 3, 4. And now we can line this up over each other and double check that the gradient is what we want it to be. So this ends at full white. So I want this to end at full white as well. So I'm going to delete this. Yeah, this is full white. And flatten these and then trim off the sides. Okay. Save that. Yep. And we actually don't have to fill in the rest of these because the ceiling comes down already. And as I mentioned before, I modified the ceiling a little bit, so we need to fix that here as well. So this, instead of 15 degrees, or instead of 20 degrees, this has become 10 degrees, and this one is 37.5. And then this piece is gone altogether. This piece stayed the same. Wait a minute. Here. This piece got extended up to here. And then this piece is extended this way. Yeah, size of 7. And then size of 5, size of 5. Cool. Alright, that's the new roof now. So it's a little bit hard to keep track of where stuff is. And we need to make sure that the UV doesn't overlap with other stuff as well after we've resized. Doesn't seem too much of a trouble though. Okay, so let's take a look at window 1. There's a lot of these textures that we can copy over. And it doesn't seem like there's a breaking line except for here. And actually this line I didn't draw, so I should probably do that. Yeah. Okay, let's turn off window 2 for now. And the door part, the sides come out by 3.5 units. So if the sides come out by 3.5, then the line should come around there. This is quite hard to kind of estimate. Okay, I guess the only really way to find this line is just to try it and see. Actually, wait a second. I just noticed that the door, this sticks out a little bit more. So this is 32 in size, and this is 24, which means there's 4 units that stick out on each side. And so the line will probably have to be about at least 5 units away from the edge. So let's see if we can do that. So I think copy this, and then 5 units will be 20. So let me draw a placeholder box. Ooh, it's quite hard to navigate sometimes. 22 is fine. And then move this up to here. Let's just see how that looks. That might work. I don't know. It just seems off from the photo. Maybe because it's hard to tell, but I think the positioning of this is also a little bit off. So the speaker and the advertising thing probably should go down a bit more. So let's see how many pixels we have. From here to here is 28, and here to here is 7. So if we add 10, so that's 17 and 18. That looks better, but not exactly the same as this. I wonder if I have a better picture of that. Oh, this is a pretty good picture. So this is, I would estimate, at least 2 blocks. So move that 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe 1, 2, 1, 2. Although this is pretty close to the speaker, and then the advertising thing is right there as well. So I don't know why I have the scaling wrong here. Maybe I just have to go on the train again to take a look. Or I can just call this good. I don't know. Alright, I'm gonna move this a little bit more. Because it does seem pretty close. Okay, so this is 22 right now. 22, 8, 24. Okay, so that's quite far from the middle now. Okay, I think that's okay. Okay, now for the other side. Oh, and we also need to do it for the light, too. I might just skip over this section again, because this is like tedious stuff. Alright. So I finally finished the middle part. I had to adjust some settings. Oh, actually I'm missing the seat, so I'm gonna go ahead and do that first as well. We also need this emergency button, which I actually didn't model right here. So if I did, it's gonna be floating right there. But I feel like I can leave the details for later. For example, these side panels and all the handrails, I haven't modeled yet. I'm leaving those for the end, just so that I can at least get some of the modeling done first. Don't know if that's the best strategy, but yeah, that's what I'm doing for this. And I do have a pretty nice picture of the seats, although yeah, let's just try using this photo and see how that works. So I'm gonna open Photoshop again because Fireworks doesn't have the perspective crop tool, and I'm gonna put that in and use the perspective crop. Okay. So I guess I'm gonna try to go from the corner, and this side actually goes below the bottom, which hopefully shouldn't be an issue. Alright, and then the top. And right here. Okay, there we go. Go ahead and save that. Okay. So again, there are several things that we need to do with this. For example, adjust the colors. But let's first find out where this piece is gonna go. So the big piece is gonna go here, and then the folding part is gonna go there. Oh, I guess this is a better picture too. But I got the picture up to here. And then this part is the foldable part by itself. Okay, so we've got a width of 14. And the seat back is actually right here. Alright, so let's try just grabbing this and then scale it down. Yeah, let's scale it down. 14 times 4 is 56. A little bit overshot. So if we made that 28, that would be actually perfect. So increase this and move it down 1. So now that's 28. I'm just going to stretch this down 1 more pixel so we can get 28 exactly. So flatten this. I'm going to copy, wait, let me increase the brightness contrast first. Something like that, I think. And then copy out the colored bits. And then copy out the seats as well. So 56 divided by 2 is 28. I'm gonna copy this side actually. Flip and this part's gonna have color. So yeah, 1, 2, 3. We'll flatten this and make this black and white. Oh. Wait a minute. Okay. That was weird. Okay, anyway. I think this is all good. So let me flatten this, see how it looks. Nice. Looks pretty good. It goes from like the window to the top of the vents. So I think this needs to go up. From the window to the top of the vents. Nice. Okay. Now the rest of the seat. Oh, actually I should probably add the edges as well. I'm just gonna stretch these. Like that. Doesn't matter too much. And the bottom as well. Okay. I think one more flip. Just trying to line up the pixels. And then the top. What did I just do? Wait, how many units? I think it's just 4. Yeah. Alright. That block's fully textured. Now for this one. We have the seat backs. So that piece is, where is it? Right here. Okay. So for this one, I'm actually just going to take half a seat, copy and wait. I'm gonna take a quarter actually, a quarter of this whole thing. Copy and paste, and scale that down to 14. And the height is 11. I'm not sure if that's correct or not. So first, let's do brightness contrast. The blue color of the seat isn't really showing up. Because if I do brightness too much, then it's gonna... it's gonna be too gray. So maybe I can do saturation. Saturation 30. And then since this part is going to be black and white anyway, we can do that. And then for both, we can adjust the brightness from here. Oh, Fireworks doesn't like that. It looks a bit like lapis in Minecraft. Alright, I think that's good. Let's flatten this. And put this here. We have a height of 11 right now. Okay, so this actually goes a bit higher. So move this one. That is pretty close, actually. Pretty close. We're just 1 pixel off here. Alright, now we need to do the top and the sides, and I think we should be good here. I could do these bars, but I don't really want to. Maybe I'll at least do this bottom part. I'll do half. So 28. Oh, where did it go? I think here. So this can be brighter. And make this flatten, copy and paste. Actually not sure where the Y level of that is. Because this is 7. So 28 pixels down. So 24, which means 1, 2, 3, 4, and that should be good. And I'm also going to shrink this cube so we don't have to fill in the bottom as well. Okay. So it looks like we need 2 more pixels down there, and I can kind of make something up. What I mean by that is just to copy this and call that good. This is like how to be lazy. Okay, so I'm not gonna need that. Yeah. I think this is good for the seat for now. And for the sides, I'm just gonna copy it like I did for the other side. And kind of like stretch these up. I don't know, it doesn't look that good, but it's gonna be hard to tell just by looking at it. See? It's not that bad. It's not that bad. Okay, we need the top as well, which is just going to be the blue texture. And then the bottom can be like that. I know stretching technically decreases the resolution, but I think there is a time and place for doing that. So I'm okay with doing that right now. Wait, are we 1 pixel short? That's so weird. Oh, it is. It's a 7 right now. So I guess I'll copy that. Put one more. Okay, problem solved, I guess. Well, this looks a little bit weird. So maybe what I'll do is I'll copy this and stretch this out. That looks better. Yeah, like from afar you really can't tell that something is weird with this seat. It just doesn't look out of place, which is good. It looks like a normal folding seat, so I guess we've achieved our goal there. So window 2 is good. Window 3. Window 3 is the bike rack. And yeah, it's gonna be a lot of work with this as well. Window 4. Okay, I'm gonna do some of this offline again because there's just a lot to it. Okay, I'm back with working offline for some of this. It's just texturing the missing pieces. So let me show you what I have. Okay, so let's go through them one by one and check that we've got everything textured properly. Okay, so this is window 1, making sure that we have the entire floor covered as well. Next we have window 2. I slightly adjusted the seats, but yeah, improved the texture of the seat backs. Okay. Window 3, this is the bicycle section, the car connection part. Window 4, this is the middle between the two cars, and there's going to be a row of seats right there. Window exterior 1, this is the head. We still have the head to do. Window exterior 2, 3, and 4. And I textured this as well, making sure that there's no Z fighting anywhere, including with this white part up there. The door, technically, like the other day I was riding this train again, and technically this pole is supposed to be going straight up and down, but right now it's a bit curved, so I might have to fix that later. Door exterior is good, except we don't have the door light yet. And then door left and right, and then the exterior, and then the other exterior, and then we have, oh, I didn't do the light section yet. And then we have seat and the seat handrail for that. I actually quite like how the seats turned out, the texturing. I thought it would be a bit harder, but here we are. Okay, and so after adding in the light, we can probably start working on the head. The head's gonna be the most challenging part. That's why I left it to the end, and I also want to do the head on camera so that you can see how I go through that. Okay, so let's see one of the windows. Window 2, sure. And make sure that the light is lined up properly. So since I adjusted the positioning. So this will now be 37.6. And we'll probably want to move this over just a little bit so it covers this hole properly. Okay, so we have our light piece right there. And I think we'll just make the bottom texture just all white. All right. So now if we turn off the background and take a look, the light comes through. Great. It looks darker than it is because in Minecraft it's going to be rendered at full brightness, but right now it's not. So, all right, so time to work on the head. So I'm going to turn on the window exterior 1 and take a look at what we have here. Okay, so before we get started, I am going to re-import the other texture that we were working with, or like the texture with nothing on it. So import this, and then make sure we switch to that one before we do any edits. And now that we're here, I'm gonna start painting. So this is the driver wall. And since we want the driver wall to be flush right up to the edge there, but we don't want it to run over, we don't want like pixels sticking out, I'm going to use the paint tool and the eraser to erase some of this. So let me get a good position. Probably like this, and then I'm just going to erase. Just going to start erasing the pixels like this. Is the frame rate bad or something? What's going on? I'm also having a hard time navigating as well. Sometimes that happens. Like you can keep trying to zoom in, but it doesn't go anywhere. The way to fix that in Blockbench is that you just have to zoom out, pan around, and then zoom back in. That usually works for me. Yeah, for some reason, my frame rate is dropping so much when I start erasing. Don't know why. This has never happened before. Okay. Anyway, let me keep going at this. We only need to do one side because it's symmetrical and we can just flip it over later. So the important thing is just to get these edge pieces perfectly erased. Okay, we're coming up to this diagonal part and we have to be careful about which diagonal piece we're erasing from. So I think this piece, wait a second. Yeah, this piece, I don't know why I made it so big, but this piece doesn't technically have to go all the way up here. This can shrink down because these two pieces line up. Yeah, these two pieces line up like that, so I can also shrink this down as well. And then just keep erasing this part until this is flush. Alright, so that's done. And I think I've got the pixels down. So let me take a look back at our texture here and make sure that the line connects all the way down. I don't know why I have an extra pixel there. Ah, I see. So this actually cuts this edge pixel a little bit. So we should cut that out too. And this corner one. Okay, it's good to be precise like this. Cool, okay, so that's the front wall. Now we can go ahead and hide the driver wall. Yep, let's hide the driver wall, and now we will do this inside part and kind of trace out all the intersections as we did just now. Oh, actually, before we do that, let's do the floor first as well. So the floor also has to be done the same way, where we're erasing the outside pixels because we don't want the pixels to overlap on the outside of the train. So I'm gonna go ahead and do the same thing here. Okay, that's done. And the top and bottom are actually going to be the same, so I'm just gonna do one side. Okay, you can see the pixels line up on the inside as well, except for these front pieces because they're thicker, so I just did it according to the outer edge. That's fine as well. Okay, now for the inside part, instead of using the eraser, I'm going to use the paintbrush and use something easy to see like red. The reason I'm using a paintbrush instead of erasing is because I do want these faces to overlap on the outside. So in this case, we do want the pixels to overlap on the outside because otherwise there would be holes when the pieces where the pieces connect. So we don't want that. So for these sections, I'm just going to outline where the intersections are and go from there. So something like this. And for the pieces that already extend down to the bottom, I'm not going to draw anything because that's not needed. But it's most important for pieces like this. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and draw all the borders like this. Now I'm doing this diagonal piece, and we have to make sure that these corner holes are filled in. Technically, if we don't, it's okay because the holes are so small that most players will probably not see it unless they're looking really closely. But just to be precise. Okay, we're almost halfway, I guess. We only need to do one side, just like before. Alright, let's see our progress. Oh, I forgot these middle ones. These are important as well. And in a moment, you'll see why I'm even doing all this with drawing the lines and everything. It will all make sense in a second. Okay. And I guess this middle part too. And as I mentioned, we don't have to worry about the other side because it's symmetrical, so it'll flip over. And I feel like I'm still missing stuff. I'm not sure. And these parts fold inwards, so it's not necessary to paint the pixels for that. But this part I missed. And I think the bottom I missed also. So let's go down to the bottom. And do the same thing, paint the parts. There's a lot of like crazy overlapping going on. I hope this is useful for when you all make your own trains in Blockbench. Hopefully I've shown you some like tips and tricks on what you can do. And I think I just noticed that this piece needs to be extended out a little bit. So let me erase some of this. And this piece has to be extended because it doesn't fully overlap. Let's take a look. Yeah, this piece right here should be resized out one. Oh, I think I did it the wrong way. This way? Let's check the UV mappings. Ooh, I think we're gonna cut into stuff, so I'm gonna put it right over here. There's also a useful feature here that this one, move texture with UV. So wait, I'm going to move this and then move texture with UV and then drag it like this. Unlink that and then drag it one more time. So now I basically moved the texture out as well, so it's easier to see. And then same thing with this piece. We need to extend that out one. Oh, let me undo that. So I'm gonna move texture with UV, drag that down, unlink it, and then extend this by one, like that. All right, so let's keep going with the painting. Oops, that's still the eraser. We want the paintbrush. And if you're wondering why I'm only using a paintbrush with a pixel size of 1, that's because if I use a bigger brush, let me show you what happens. So let's say I try to paint like this. Even though my mouse hasn't even gotten close to the middle yet, it still paints behind, which I don't want because I want it pixel perfect right down to the edge. So if I do a bigger brush size, it'll still go through the other side even though we can't visually see it. That's why I have to do it like this. All right, so let's continue. Oh, is this? Yeah, this is the middle part. I can't even tell where these pieces are separated at because they're like blending into each other, and the red is starting to hurt my eyes a little bit, but we're almost done. So maybe I should have done white or something, because white you can easily see it as well, or black. Okay, one more right here. Well, but this goes up to the edge, so I'm not gonna do that. Alright, I think we have all the lines mapped out. Yeah, looks good to me. So let me just save that. Saving it in Blockbench also updates the texture accordingly. So let's open this up in Fireworks and see what we have. Yep, see, we can see all the red lines that we drew, which is a good thing. And especially all the little parts right here. That's going to be very useful down the road. Okay, so before I try to modify the texture, so let me go back. I'm going to delete this and go back here. Deleting it here just removes it from the reference, but it doesn't actually delete the file, so we're good there. Now, I need to find a good picture of the front. So let's first look at my photos that I took. I guess this one's not bad. but it has the railing there. Oh, this one's pretty good. But it's quite dark as well. I feel like... Well, there's this one too. I feel like online might have better pictures. Yeah, like... This angle is so much better than what I have. Let's see. This one's pretty good. I just want one that's like a good picture of the front, but not like warped. If you know what I mean. This one's the best one so far, I think. I want one with good lighting and not warped. Not like too zoomed in. And yeah, let's just use this one. I think this brings us back to the PDF. Yeah. Which I already have the PDF downloaded. So maybe we can grab the photo from here. Well, unless it's not here. Sometimes if you open a new tab, it doesn't bring you the full-size image. Let's try finding another one then. This one? Not sure. I tend not to go with YouTube thumbnails because sometimes they're just static images of a video, which is not good quality. Is this a fake picture? I feel like this is a fake image. It's not the actual train. This one is not bad. This is the line 2 extension opening. I went to that. Okay, let's try using this picture. Let me show you how I do this, because it might be a bit challenging. Oh, it's a WebP photo. I wonder if it works with fireworks here. Okay, I can at least paste it, which is important. So what I'm going to do now is to go into Blockbench and I guess try to deselect. Okay, and then I am going to zoom in as much as I can and then use the snipping tool and get a screenshot of this. So like that, and then I'll go back here and paste that. Wow, it's quite big. Okay, and then I'm gonna try to cut that in half. So somewhere about here is half, I think. Okay, and now I'm gonna cut it off to about here, this portion. What happened to this diagonal piece? Oh, the texture just moved. Okay, and then the top as well. This part goes all the way up to the ceiling. Okay, and then for our image, I'm gonna do something similar. So, cutting out about half of the image. Ooh, this is not centered exactly, so I might have to take it into Photoshop and do the perspective crop again. Or maybe we can just fix it with just a simple skewing. Oh, wow. Really glitching out here. Oh. Okay. Maybe because I was trying to open Photoshop at the same time. So this is going to be my reference point of where the vertical is. So I'm gonna take my skew tool, distort tool I guess, and try to go like that until it lines up properly with my rectangle. So I think I did too much now. I'm trying to line it up at this point, which is going to be the middle, and the middle of the windscreen wipers and this curve. Yeah, something like that. I guess, again, we don't have to be too precise, but it's just good to do it as best as we can. Okay, that looks good to me. And I think I'm gonna want to take the right half of the image like this. So all the way from the bottom to the top. Copy and paste. So let's move this picture out of the way. I'll even lock it and hide it. Okay, so the height of this is 310, so we need to scale this accordingly. Oh, actually, let me bring this back, and then we will do a fit canvas so that everything's kind of around the same area. So this needs to come to the top, and I will overlay this over, and let me resize this just a little bit, just to get it wide enough, I think. Wait, let me undo that. This might be okay, actually, because does this look a little bit squished? It looks a tiny bit squished vertically. So maybe I can... Well, it goes up right up to here, which is perfect. And this part, this piece right here is kind of part of the diagonal, so yeah, maybe that would work. All right. Cool, so maybe I will stretch this just a tiny bit. Oh, and unfortunately, this blue line doesn't really line up there. So we've resized this to 303. Oh, and how come this line is falling down like that? Ah. Okay, this is becoming pretty complicated. Alright, I'm gonna lock this piece and just try again with the picture. Okay, so the important pieces to keep in mind is the vertical center and the horizontal line for this. Okay, so I'm going to set both of these to 50% so that we can see this clearly. And then I'm going to try to do the distort again. Well, actually, move everything a little bit over first. Okay, let's try this again. Do some fine-tune adjustments, and okay. Okay, so the bottom is definitely off-centered. I'm gonna try to not stretch it vertically that much. Ooh, this is hard to tell. Okay, I think I got the vertical alignment right, and now I need to work on the... I mean, I got the horizontal alignment right, and now I need to work on the vertical alignment a little bit, and I think making small changes is gonna make drastic changes to the other adjustments I made, which is why this is quite challenging. Actually, that turned out pretty well, I think. These lines are pretty flat. Let's check this line as well. I think that's pretty good, so I'm gonna keep that. Yeah. Okay, so down the middle. This is a bit tricky. Okay, height of 309, and we did 310 earlier, which is good. I can do... Oh, we have to line up this line, though. I think that's fine if we slightly cut off the top. Because the window also ends right there, which is nice, I think. Not sure. Okay, let's unlock this. Paste in the new version of that. Okay, I'll do the same thing. This time I'm gonna cut to about here. All right, and down the middle. Okay, pull this to the back and lock it. Oh, actually, we'll still need to modify this a little bit. So, I'm gonna try different sizing adjustments until we get this right. Okay, so 315 works pretty well. So I'm gonna undo all that scaling. Reason is so that we can get it big again, because every time you scale it down, it kind of flattens your transformation. So it's gonna get blurrier and blurrier as you go, rather than if you just resize it just one time. Okay, so this middle line is aligned, and everything else looks good as well. So I'm going to work with this. I'm gonna lock the bottom layer. This image, I guess we can lock as well because we don't need it. And this we can start editing. So actually I need to move this down to the bottom. And then we'll lock these two. And now we can start cutting out pieces to use for the texture. So let me begin by this bottom middle piece, just to show you how I'm planning to tackle this. So I'm gonna look for the point where it intersects, or like this Blockbench square comes out, and then do a copy and paste and pull the piece out. Oh, actually, before we do that, let's do some color adjustments, just because it's easier to do it now than later. So this white is not completely white, so I'm going to adjust the level slightly so that the white can become actually white. Some gradient is okay, I just don't want it to be darker than the rest of the train. So this is pure white right now, which is okay. And then let's get our color palette back, just to make sure that everything is the right colors. This is quite useful. And I also noticed that the color of this square is actually not the color printed on here. For example, this says 002E6D, but oh, I guess you can't see that because Fireworks moved the window over. But yeah, like if I look at it, you see it's not exactly the same color, which I'm like, why? Why would this be like this? Okay, so 002E6D. I could just magic wand out this area, but I could do it for the stripes at least for now. Oh, that's not clean at all. Okay, just a little bit should be okay. Yeah, the edges are not very clean. So let's do the same thing as we've done. Oh, we have to set it to black and white first. Set it to black and white, then adjust the levels to make this all white. Or almost all white. So, move the sliders. Oh, this is so messy. I don't really like this. Okay, and then wait, this top part, I forgot what the colors are supposed to be. Okay, so the teal and then the green. So let me do this first. So what's the color here? Okay, and we will do subtractive, just like before. I don't even know if that's the right mode to do it, but it's okay. It looks close enough. 006852. And we'll do subtractive again. And then for this bottom part, oh wait, you know, what I just realized is that because I didn't flatten this earlier, I didn't get the proper lighting when I adjusted it, like the levels stuff. I guess this is better too. If I made the darker parts darker. Okay, anyway. We'll flatten this and then I'll work on the colors here. I can do that off camera as well. Okay. Adjusted the color a bit and I think it looks better. I could adjust the windscreen as well, but I think I'll do that after I scale stuff down. Okay, so now we need to show this. Everything else can stay locked. except for the actual train head here. Okay, so let me do what I was doing earlier, which is to copy this piece. Oh, this is like just blue with a little bit of black. And let's go ahead and go to our model and find where that is, and it's going to be on the yellow face. This is actually a thicker piece. Okay, so we're gonna be switching back and forth quite a bit here. Which one is it? This one? Yeah, I think so. And the dimensions are 8 and 12, which means 24 and 32. And then because we only did half, we need to flip it over and mirror that. Since the top has a texture as well, I'm just going to copy what we have here. Oh. Okay, flatten this. I'm just going to copy what we have. Oh, wow. Really not doing these selections very well today. Wait, how come it's not selecting that last pixel? Alright. Finally. Okay, and I usually like to copy this to the back face as well, because I don't spend time texturing what the actual train is supposed to be on the inside. I just copy the outside face in, and it's been working out so far. It's a bit like a messy fix, but it's okay. And then the bottoms, I usually just do 3 3 3 3 3 3 for consistency. So that's what I'm gonna do here. All right, next piece. Let's just go in a row. Or no, let's just go bottom to top, because it might be a bit more fun. So this piece actually goes up to here, so we have to be careful in doing that, because this bottom section belongs to this top piece, actually. Okay, so we've got the windscreen, and where is this located? Right here? Okay. Did we paste it in already? I don't know. Or do we paste it in here? Oh, it's pasted here already. Okay, and I think it's this piece. 12 and 10. So 24 and 40. Oops. Okay. And the windscreen wiper might be an issue later, but maybe what I'll do is just copy this and drag it out. It'll make the window border a bit smoother as well. So, flatten and copy. Cool. And now, this is where this stuff comes in handy, what we've done earlier. This is the border of our pieces. So if I paste that in, this is going to be where we should cut out stuff. So actually, since this doesn't actually matter for this piece, because this goes all the way up to the edge, all we need to trim is the top 2 pixels. But since this is a window anyway, we are going to actually cut out all of this. So all we need is just this bottom part. I'm gonna delete this part, just so that we can see it in the model better. Alright, cool. Now this next part I'm guessing is mostly going to be window, although we should just follow the normal procedure just to be safe. So again, I'm going into here, I'm kind of selecting the part where the Blockbench cube is. Make sure to get all the borders, the outer edge of the border too. Okay, this is mostly window, except for this top part. Actually, this is the destination display, so it's important that we cut the window here and not up there. Okay. And this is like all the way down there. And the size is 1224, which means 24 and 96. So since this is the destination, I am going to just copy this tiny sliver. Drag this out. And this still seems a little bit too noisy, so like that is good. I know I'm purposely leaving in some wider lines. I think that would help with the texture. Okay, so now we just delete this bottom part. Cool. Let's flatten this first. Okay, one more thing we need to do is to check if we have any borders that we need to trim. So it looks like we do for this piece, so copy that and whoop, paste that in, and it looks like we'll have to trim the top pixel there, this part, and this part. So flipping this to the other side and pulling it all the way to the end. We're gonna have to trim it for the other side as well. Cool. Delete that, save. And we have this nice shape here with the pixels properly trimmed. Okay, next we have this top piece, which goes all the way out. It's a little fuzzy, the edges, but I think I'll get this selection. And this is up here. Oh, I think I forgot to copy this to the back. There. Where did it go? Right here? 30 and 6 is the size. So 60 and 24. This one will have a good amount to cut out, so actually I should probably just cut out stuff before I flip it over. It's probably more efficient like that. Okay, this is the shape right here. Copy that and paste. This came all the way, oops. This came all the way over there, which is okay. Just gonna copy this to get the spacing right and see how that looks. Okay, so need to cut the top off, and I can just use the eraser tool with 0 edge to get like a solid cutout. I could also use like masks, but this is fine as well. Just have to be careful not to spill over, because I literally cannot see. Okay, just to double check, I'm going to move this to front and make sure that we don't see any red. If we see some red, it means that we've overshot. But we're good. So let me delete that, copy and paste, flip, and we're good. Now just making sure this is 9 blocks, or 9 units, and this is 12 right now. So we need to shift this over 1, 2, 3. And just check on this side as well. 9, cool. Save that, and let's see how that looks. Nice. That piece lined up. And then for the final top piece, I think this square goes all the way up to this edge. So yeah, like this. Pretty sure. Okay, that's good enough. Wow, this is like just blue. And this texture is like above 27 and 9. So 54 and 36. Okay, this is right there, and then we'll flip that and then go back to our image. This is our cutout. Wait, where did it go? Oh. Okay. What is this small line? I think that's just nothing. Yeah. Let's do the same thing here. And just erase out the pieces that don't belong. Later, I'll probably show you how I use the mask method. That might come in handy. Okay, so move to front. Yep, there's no red. And flip. There we go. I can delete this now. Save, and let's check our work. Is it inverted? Oh, wait a minute. How come it's not centered? Oh, this whole piece... Wait. This whole piece isn't centered. That's weird. Maybe I didn't scale it down on this side, too. So how many blocks did I change there? 3? Okay, so 3 means 12 units. Okay, there we go. Yeah. And I should have probably... Wait a minute. Let me undo that. Yeah, I need to do this a different way. Because the middle has a little bit of a texture, and I don't want to mess that up. So while we're here, I might as well just show you some of my tactics that I can use. So I can draw a rectangle here, these two shapes, flatten this, and then just select out that piece. And I want to do a hard edge, actually. Copy and paste, delete this, and we need to shift this 12 units. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, and then here, the blend mode, I'm gonna use erase, and bam, see? This is like a shape that erases other shape, look at that. Pretty cool. Okay, and that's my position, I want it. And I flatten this and delete this outside piece. Okay, these two, copy and paste, and then move this over. Now we should have it right, with the texture lined up properly as well. Oh no, what did I do? Oh, I know what I did wrong. Okay, so this should have been moved only 6. Like that. The reason is because I offset 12 on one side, which means I should only have offset 6. Flip. Let's see. Come on. There we go. And the patterns look pretty good as well. And the lines here are perfect with the pixels. Cool, okay. Let's move on to the next piece. And it's this one. So now I'm going to show you what I do when we're dealing with these irregularly rotated shapes. So it's not as easy as the other one now. So let me copy and paste, and this piece comes out like this. So we need to be aware of the fact that we want this rectangle actually. So the first step, oh wait, I realize I cut it out badly. Okay, let me just cut out this big piece and then trim it down slowly like this. And this piece actually goes up there as well. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, so I need to stretch this out to the bottom, stretch this out on that side. Basically, I want my square to be like this. I think for this piece, actually, we can just do a rotation, but I'm going to use the distort tool. And it actually doesn't matter that much because the whole thing is just a blue square. But I'm just going to show you how I normally do it. So I'm going to move this up to this line up here and then use the distort tool to pull this down like that to align with this line. Okay, after we've done that, I'm gonna move this square back to where it was and over here. This might not work the way I intend, by the way. I think I already did it wrong. Wait, okay, I'm so confused. Okay. Let me flip this and then rotate it so it kind of aligns like that. Okay, flip it back. And what did I just do? Okay, I think if we cut out just this part. This should be what we need? I'm not sure. I'm so confused. I don't even know what I'm doing, so if you're lost in this part of the tutorial, it's okay. Well, I think this is the piece that's supposed to... That corresponds to this. I think I did it right. So... let's take a look here. Okay. This piece actually needs to go up there too. But anyway, let's put this down where it belongs first. And I'm going to figure out, so that's -4. So that's 11. 88 times 32. Oh. 44. So I think this piece is supposed to look like this. Let's just test it real quick. I mean... I think I also rotated it wrong. Why is this so confusing? Oh, this piece is like... this part is like a bit diagonal over there. Okay, you know what? I think it would work if we just did blue and white. Like, that's how the texture is kind of supposed to be anyway. So... if I just, like, clean up this edge a little bit. Yeah, I think that's just what I'm gonna do because... oh. This is too complicated for me. What color is this supposed to be? 002E6D. Okay, I'm just gonna call this good. I don't want to deal with this for too long right now. Okay, copy and paste. So just like earlier, I'm going to make another square and then flatten this. Then copy this out and then set this to erase. When we move this over, then this piece will erase out whatever is underneath it. Okay. Flatten this and flatten that. Cool. Hopefully this is the right location of that piece. Alright. Yep. Looks good to me. Not gonna spend too much brain power thinking about this piece. And also we should flip it over on this side as well. Actually we had a sharp cutoff here, but we should cut into this piece, which I didn't do. Okay. I guess I didn't think about this properly. What we have to do is to shorten this and then do the same thing on the inside. Alright, let's bring back our other texture and do that real quick. Okay, so I'm gonna shorten this. Oh, what did I do? Yeah. Put the red lines back. We also need the top line as well for the roof, because the roof will need to be modified with the new texturing. And as well as this side blue piece. Okay, I think I've got it. Wait, is this... Ooh. This piece doesn't completely cover... I see now why this was extended earlier. So this piece used to be extended to here because of this corner right there. Okay, I get it. Okay, let me save that. So I'm gonna reopen this to make sure our new changes get copied over. And now I need to revise that other piece right here. Okay. Just copying the old line that I have there so that I can keep working with this. Okay. So there's just a couple more lines that I need to draw for this. Again, if you're confused, the head is the hardest part, as I've mentioned before, so don't worry if you don't understand. You can feel free to use whatever method's easiest for you, most suitable for you. And I feel like we're missing a piece right there. Oh no, this is what the roof is. Okay, so we also need to do this intersection with the roof, which can be achieved if we do that. Make sure we're drawing on the right part of the texture here. And then paint again this little section. Oh, I can't overrun up there, can I? Ah, this is so much thinking involved. All right. Now this piece can be resized back to what it should be. And I feel like I painted too much here. So this row of pixels can be erased. And then this can stay, yeah. Alright. Wow. More work than I expected for that piece. Okay, cool. Now let's close this and reopen it to get the right shapes. And now finally, we can copy this out again. Okay, so for this, I'm just going to paint this in. Oh. Actually, I'm just wondering. Can the magic wand select the middle? Yes, it can. Or I can just use the paint bucket. Right. And I don't want the anti-alias edge. Cool. So delete this top part. And then fill this in. This is like a quick fix. Alright. Oh. Wait, is this right? Did I accidentally move this up one? No. Okay, that's good. Just gonna flatten this just to be safe. Alright, now finally I think we can move on to the next part. Ooh. This part is challenging enough. The other pieces should be easier because there's only 1 degree of rotation. So let's do this big side piece first. Right here. Down to this corner. And now I'm going to distort it until this line right here. I think right there. The reason is because I'm undoing, you can imagine me as undoing this distort because this shape is like a parallelogram slanted this way. So if I distort it back that way, this will undo the distortion. So that's why I'm trying to line up this dot with this corner right here. So after I've done that, I can copy this out and paste it in. Let's see where this is. Right there. $10 and $28, which means 40 and 90. No, 114, I think. I hope I got it right. Yeah. You notice that it's quite distorted, and that's okay. Oh, 112 actually. Yeah, it's okay if it's distorted. And I think we do have it on the yellow side. Let's see. Come on. Did I put it on the wrong section? No, should be there. It's just not updating. Let me just re-import it real quick. It's this piece, I'm pretty sure. Is fireworks out of memory? Okay, there it is. Okay, now we need to... It's also flipped around as well, so we need to flip it back the other way. Okay, so this piece, I'm gonna try a different strategy this time, and I'm gonna copy the whole blue part and then use the magic wand to delete these, and then do the erasing blend again. And unfortunately, some of the pixels didn't carry over. And so we have a hole here. Alright, so let's just flatten these two first. Oh wait, no, let's not do that yet. What we should do is to extend the texture so that these holes are filled in nicely. And we also have the destination display to worry about. Let's just check real quick to see how that looks. I think for the most part the pixels lined up. Like the top of the window, that edge lined up. Oh no, that's the seat. Where's this piece? Oh, all the way down there. Okay, so I'm gonna copy one of this over so that we can get a good reference of the destination display and how the pixels line up. And I can also just copy this over as well. So something like this. So this is where that comes over. Okay, somewhere here for now. And then use my eraser to kind of blur out the edge here. Okay. And we also need the window border, as I mentioned. We will do it right now. This is a bit tricky too, because it's not a nice solid edge. Oh, I should also copy this before I forget. There. Okay. Can I magic wand this out? That's quite messy. Maybe I'll use the polygon lasso. Yeah, I think this is our best shot. So in this step, I'm just trying to get the colors right. So I'm going to use the level tool and really try to make everything darker. There we go. Maybe a tiny bit of gradient, but mostly black. Okay, flatten all of this first. And then now we can use the polygon lasso again. This time we're gonna not use anti-aliasing. Because in Minecraft, we're not gonna have translucency in this. I think for the most part that looks good, except for this little artifact. See if we can cut that out like this. Okay. I'm gonna take a look at this source image again. Okay, I think we've got it. So, yeah, that's good. And now we can flatten it with the mask as well. Oops. Alright, copy and paste that. Oh wait, we've got a fuzzy edge there. Undo all of that first. Okay. This is not good. I think this can actually just be all white, because that's just showing the other side window, which we will work on later. Okay. Okay, so this is good. Save that, and let's check our work. Cool, nice. It's really coming together, and I'm really excited about this train. Mainly because I ride it pretty often, so it'll be really cool to see it in game. Alright, the next part. This piece, I think. So that's going to be right next to the seats. Let's scale that down. And then grab the corresponding mask. Okay. There we go. This one was relatively simple. Oh, actually, before I copy it, let me check the texture and see if we need to do some adjusting. Because... oh, what happened here? I think I copied it wrong. Wait a minute. Oh, I realized my mistake. So after I skewed this part, I was supposed to cut the edges off first. Okay, let me show you what I mean by that. That's why the pieces didn't line up. Okay. So I'm gonna copy that and skew it one more time. Right about here. And now I actually need to trim out the edges because we undid the shifting. Okay, and this piece is right here. So I think it was 112, but I forgot what the other dimension was. 32? 40. Okay. Here we are again. And then we need the destination display piece. Yeah, the pixels match up pretty well, which is a good thing. Okay. Just trim off that edge a little bit. Alright, and then we can do the same thing with the polygon lasso again. Just to get this window out, or the window edge. Oh, wait. The inner edge should be anti-alias, but the outer edge should be hard. Okay, so I think we can do another leveling. Oh, before I do that, I should probably cut out the inside first as well, so that I can see what I'm doing. I don't like that. Okay, I'm gonna do it right here. Okay. Please work this time. That should be dark enough. Alright. Cool. 1, 2, 3. Flat. Oh, wait. Don't flatten yet. I need to cut out this window. Okay, 3 objects, flatten, cool. And now we need the mask again. Hopefully after this video you all can appreciate the work that I put into the mod. Because each train takes a long time, and if I am being more and more careful about the quality of trains, then that's also going to add time to that. So hopefully you will understand and appreciate the trains. Okay. Cool. This is disjointed now, but it's okay. Let's take a look. This should line up. Yes, this lines up with the bottom nicely. Okay, alright. Back to the headlights. It's nice that the headlight is also on one single piece. So later when we do the headlights, it'll make it easier too. Okay, I'm gonna do the same thing with the polygon lasso. This time I'm going to cut out the hard part first. And I'm gonna copy one of this up. Just to make sure that I'm cutting out the right pixels. So it looks like we're starting from right here, so I guess I didn't have to use the polygon, but it's okay. Just wanted to make sure there's a slight curve actually at this corner of the window. So I'm gonna undo that and redo the delete and keep this 1 pixel so it looks like it's curved. And then use the anti-alias to copy out just the bottom. And then do my level adjustment. A little bit of texture is okay. I guess just make it all dark. Might as well. Yeah, that's good. Cool. Before I flatten it, just want to make sure that the pixels do actually line up. And they don't. So, good thing we checked. Just turn that off just to be sure. Yeah, see, it's 1 pixel off. So we could attribute that to being the curve, but I want to just straight up delete it. Okay. There's 2 layers of pixels to delete. Okay, now we can flatten that. Are these pixels lining up? Well, this one we can't get around because they're offset by less than a pixel, so there's nothing we can do to really adjust that. However, the rest of it is looking really good. So if we take a look at the exterior, we can see our panels are lining up really well. Yep. From afar, you really can't tell that there's something wrong with it. Except for these pixels. This pixel should be dark as well. But, okay. Not a huge deal. Maybe I'll copy this little section and where's the other front part? Where did it go? Is it this? No. Also, it's just... my computer's just lagging so much today. I don't know why. Okay, see this dark pixel? That's what was messing it up. So, what I'm actually gonna do is maybe copy this profile, flatten these two, stretch it out. No, that doesn't look that good. Maybe just this. Much better. Alright. These should blend properly now. Yeah, that's better. Such a small detail, but I'm nitpicking over stuff again. So let's move on to our next piece. This yellow one right here can be our next candidate. And let's make sure that we're selecting properly again. Okay. This piece is located here, pretty close to the headlights. So, right here. I wonder if this needs some cutting as well. Probably not, I'm guessing. Well, let's just save this first. And the top needs the texture. I don't know. Okay, let's just check our work first. Okay, so it was flipped, the yellow part, and the inside also needs to be flipped. Cool. Like that. Other than that, I don't think there's any cutting required for this piece, which is good. Okay, moving on. Okay, so we have to be aware that this piece doesn't come all the way to the edge. So one thing that we can do is to artificially create a bigger layer and send that to back and merge these two together. So now we've artificially increased the size of the texture. So now you can see that this part is gray where I manually cut out the texture. This line actually extends along the body of the train. But I don't think I've actually sketched that out, did I? I think I did actually. But Oh, it's down here. And this is up here. I think I did the whole head wrong. Okay. I should have checked before. The edge of the window goes to the edge of this window. Wait, that lines up though. That's so weird. Let's double check. Yeah. I mean, it's close. Basically correct. The bottom of the window lines up there. But then this... Oh! Okay. This line is the one that lines up over there. Ooh, I was scared for a second. So this line lines up there. And it does, I think, for the most part. I would be so sad if I had to redo the whole head again. Like, that took so much time, as you can tell. I might just cut this section too. And because you get how I do the head now, I can just do this offline as well. But let me just finish this piece. And then I can cut the video. Is it this piece? Yeah. Okay. Where am I going? Right here. Got it. Cool, there we go. And I do want to copy this just for reference to make sure that I'm lining up this horizontal line correctly. It's like 1 pixel off. So close. One pixel off is acceptable. Like, I'm really impressed that I got the scale right, basically. So if I just scaled this down just a tiny bit, then this line will be aligned. Aligned with the rest of the car. Okay. So what I'm gonna do here is to copy this, move it down, and then stretch this out. And then doesn't matter. Okay. Flatten this, and this is now perfectly... Wait, no, it's not perfectly aligned. Let's just see how it looks with this. And I think I also flipped this as well. Okay, so it's slightly misaligned. Let's check this. It's still 1 pixel above, meaning that this is 2 pixels off. It's okay. I could just also move this down. I'm gonna check the head one more time. If we have another piece below this. Okay. I'm just gonna move this down. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. 1, 2. And then cut this off. Which means that our other piece... Where did it go? This piece can go down 1 pixel. Okay, I think we've got it. Okay. Just filling out the required pieces, and then this can actually be copied over for this part as well, just so that this lines up like that. Okay, so this curve lines up, and if all goes well, this should be a line. There we go. Yes, very satisfying. Oh, I realized one thing. Is that this green piece is supposed to take over here. So let's see how the pixels are like here. So we do need this pixel right there. So we can just cut it off. I'm just gonna eyeball this since 1, 1, 1. Okay. Normally I wouldn't do this, but in this case, I just want to get this done. Okay, so this needs to be gone. Oh wait, no. The inner one is actually different. Inner side can keep all of it, while the outer side, which is the yellow side, needs to be cut. Okay, so I'm gonna cut this up to here. And then for the top part, I think I'm gonna start cutting like this, right? I really don't want to use the eraser for this. Reason being, all of this fireworks stuff will get flattened, which means I can't edit individual pieces anymore. Everything will just be mushed down as if I flattened the texture. So that's really not what I want. Okay, that looks good to me. And so we don't need that red face anymore too. Okay. Oops, what did I do? I don't know what I did, but hopefully that didn't affect much. And... oh, this part needs to be cut out. I think I do have a mask for that. But anyway, I'm gonna continue doing this offline because it's a lot of stuff. Oh, I did have that cut out. Yeah. Wait, I'm confused as to where this line... Oh, I don't think I've actually cut this part out. Okay. I could just eyeball this again, too. Okay, I'm gonna take this offline and continue work on the head. The rest of the head, only a few more pieces left, and then I'll show you the result. Alright, so after quite a while, I think I finally finished the head of the train. And let me show you how this looks. Ta-da! This is the final product for the head, and I think it looks pretty good. Oh, I guess I forgot the logo right here, so I'll add it in a little bit. And I also added the headlights part, which includes these 5 pieces. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And then the tail lights similarly has these 4 pieces. Yeah, I think this is pretty much it for the model. In the next episode, we will start adding these parts to the resource pack creator, and I will show you how that is done. I know there are still small pieces like the side panels and handrails that I need to add in, but I'll just do that by myself offline and add it as I see fit, because I don't want to spend too much time anymore with the texture in the model. This has taken me like a lot of days, maybe like 2 weeks. So thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next episode. Bye!